we are going to get it going.
I mean, bowling something like this where it's just that hard and you can basically survive mentally, physically, emotionally. It's awesome.
That's that high flush pocket strike, and that's going to do it.
They came back in the end and were able to finish the job. That shows why that they're a nationally ranked program.
Got into this championship match and now are just absolutely putting on a show.
This tournament live stream is a special presentation of Bowling with the Fef.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Rockford, Illinois, Rock Vegas, and Don Carter Lanes for the Club Team National Championships. Andrew Pfeffer here, Bowling with the Fef, getting ready for an opening ceremony to this event. We'll have a lot more details as far as what will transpire, how these teams will work their way toward a championship, and all of that good stuff. I'm hoping my audio is good. Please let me know if it's not.
All right, everybody. Good morning and welcome to the 11th Annual Club National Championships and our opening ceremonies. We would like to begin by recognizing our presenting sponsor, Creating the Difference. Additional support for the event this year is provided by Don Carter Lanes, Bowling with the Fef, Kegel, and the Rockford Visitors Bureau. This weekend, teams will be competing for the Carlson Cup. The Carlson Cup is named after Glenn Carlson, the late head coach of the California State University Fresno bowling program. Glenn served as the head coach from 1969 to 2008. He led the women's program to 14 intercollegiate team championship appearances and the men to 8 appearances. Glenn served for 4 years as the chairperson for the ACUI Recreation Committee, 3 years as the ACUI Women's Bowling Director, 8 years as the ACUI Bowling Co-Director, and 10 years on the ABC-WIBC Collegiate Eligibility Committee. Because of his commitment and service to college bowling, Glenn was named the National Collegiate Bowling Coaches Association 2001 Gordon Teagan Meritorious Service Award recipient. And because of the success of his programs, Glenn was named twice to the NCBCA Coach of the Year. The Club National Championships is extremely excited to honor Glenn Carlson as the namesake for our championship trophies.
The voice you're hearing right now is Shane Kern, who's going to be doing scoring for the event.
Teams will be competing in 5 pool play matches to determine their seeding and double elimination bracket, which will begin later this afternoon and continue into tomorrow. Each of our pools are named after former club coaches who contributed significantly to college bowling. On the women's side, our 3 pool namesakes are the former University of Central Florida head coach Pat Costello and former Indiana State University head coach Bill Kulicek. On the men's side, our 4 pool namesakes are the late Florida State University head coach Marv Overby, former University of Illinois head coach Steve Lawson, the late Indiana University head coach and founder of the Hoosier Classic, Bob Burks, and former Ohio State University head coach Al Sowards. Before we begin this year's competition championship event, we would like to present our Club Team Bowling Coaches Association Club All-American Awards. Finalists for the Club All-American teams were determined by student athlete finishing in the top 30 for either average or average differential amongst club players with a minimum of 30 games, as reported by USBC Collegiate. A panel of club coaches was then selected and then voted for their top 10 individuals in rank order. The 10 student athletes with the most votes will be named the 2024-2025 Club First Team and Second Team All-Americans. The first-year student athlete with the most points, regardless if they're in the top 10 or not, will be named the Club Rookie of the Year. The student athlete with the most overall points will be named Club Player of the Year. At this time, we would like to announce our Club All-American finalists. Student athletes, as we announce your name, we ask that you please step out on the approach and remain there until the announcement of our first and second teams have been made. We will begin with announcing the finalists for the club teams, Bowling Coaches Association Women's Club All-Americans that are not in attendance this weekend. First, from Baldwin Wallace University, Aaron Yates, Rachel Forback, and Olivia Johnson.
I am here.
From Bowling Green State University, Abigail Turonsky and Haley Harder. From Texas A&M University, Lisa Dean Tring, Marie Fossing, and Rebecca Kutoff. From Wittenberg University, Riley Razy. Now, for the finalists that are here with us today, ladies, as we announce your name, we ask that you please step out on the approach and remain there until the announcement of our first and second teams. Starting in lane 6 from Wittenberg College, Elizabeth Joel and Lauren Funk. On lane 7 from Muskingum University, Bridget Cake, Elizabeth Springsteen, Faith Smith, Haley Yingst, Kelsey Wilson, and Taylor Clark. On lane 8 from Adrian College, Holly Wendell. On lane 9 from Illinois State University, Melanie Horn and Sydney Lewis. On lane 10 from Purdue University, I can't pronounce it, sorry. Kaylee Christensen and Riley Fritchley. On lane 12 from Alma College, Morgan Smith. On lane 13 from Co College, Caitlin Cons, Katrina Kendall, Lauren Bowden, Shelby Lumsden, and Whitney Morse. On lane 14 from San Jose State University, Anne Marie Garcia and Emma Wynn. On lane 16 from Ohio State University, Kaylee Nicholas and Savannah Clark. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the student and athletes a round of applause for their selection as finalists for the Women Club All-Americans. And now, to announce your Women's Club second team All-Americans, when we announce your name, ladies, please come to the lanes, 17 and 18, to receive your award. To present the Women's Club All-American Awards is Brandon Rooney, treasurer of the club team's Bowling Coaches Association, and Kevin Tabor, vice president of the club team's Bowling Coaches Association. First, from San Jose State University, Emma Wynn. Next, from Muskingum University, Elizabeth Springsteen. From Adrian College, Holly Wendell. From Wartburg College, Lauren Funk. And our final club second team All-Americans from Baldwin Wallace University, Rachel Forback.
Tony, can I get a glass of water? Glass of water?
Glass of water?
Yeah.
Photos and congratulations all around for the award winners.
All right, now for our Women's Club first team All-Americans. First, from Co College, Katrina Kendall. Next, from Co College, Laura Bodeman. From Alma College, Morgan Smith. From Muskingum University, Taylor Clark. And our final Women Club first team All-American from Co College, Whitney Morse. All right, now for your 2024-2025 Women's Club Rookie of the Year. From Adrian College, Holly Wendell. And your 2024-2025 Women's Club Player of the Year. From Co College, Whitney Morse. Congratulations to each of our Women's Club All-American finalists and award winners. And now our next award is for the Larry Wilson's Women's Club Coach of the Year Award. Larry Wilson started the Morehead State University bowling program in the early 70s and served as the head coach until he retired in 2007. Under Larry's leadership, the women's program captured 4 national championships. There were 18 first-team All-American honors earned during Larry's tenure. Additionally, several players went on to represent their home country on the national team. In 2008, Larry was recognized and honored for his commitment as a tournament director by the National Collegiate Bowling Coaches Association with the Gordon Teagan Meritorious Service Award. As we announce the finalists, please come down to lanes 17 and 18. The 4 finalists for your Larry Wilson Club Coach of the Year Award are from Wartburg College, Alexis Runk. From Muskingum University, Doug Smith. From Alma College, Kyle Woodcock. And our last finalist from Co College, Randy Dodge. And the recipient of this year's Larry Wilson's Women's Club Coach of the Year is Randy Dodge from Co College. Congratulations to each of the 4 finalists and their teams in a great season. And now we will move on to our men's division and begin with announcing finalists for the Club Team Bowling Coaches Association Men's Club All-Americans that are not in attendance this weekend. First, from Adrian College, Josh Volkowski. From the University of Akron, Brandon Taylor. From Arizona State University, Elias Sargento, Cesar Padilla, and Harper Schmidt. From Stony Stovebrook, Kieran Carney and Kyle Perillo. From University of Wisconsin Stout, Drew Dietrich. From Wright State University, Austin Dade and Isaiah Shannon. And now, for those finalists that are here with us today, gentlemen, as we announce your name, we ask that you please step out on the approach and remain there until the announcement of first and second teams. Starting on lane 39 from Grand Canyon University, Jordan Marcelo. On lane 38 from Marion University, Wisconsin, Jason Spanbauer, Rory Clark, Ryan DeCrozen, Tommy Rebelletti. On lane 36 from Bowling Green State University, Colin Hunter. On lane 35 from San Jose State University, Justin Aboud and Colin Barongo. On lane 33 from Ohio State University, David Hart and Nicholas Caruso. On lane 32 from Muskingum University, Brody Wildenman and Evan Throw. On lane 30 from University of Nebraska, Malcolm Saltzman. On lane 27 from California State University, Fresno, Spencer Norvell and Zachary Oliver Davis. On lane 26 from Purdue University, Gabe Castro, Jake Diaz, Joseph Dominguez, Kai Netsky, and Lucas Francis. On lane 21 from Wartburg College, Jace Goodell. On lane 20 from University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, Dawson Peterson, Garrett Meadows, James Stewart, Nate Vanderbeek. On lane 19 from University of Wisconsin, Oshkosh, Matt Steffen. And finally on lane 17 from New Jersey Institute of Technology, Ramesh Rampersad. Ladies and gentlemen, please give all these student athletes a round of applause for their selection as finalists for the Men's Club All-American Awards. And now to announce your men's second team All-Americans. When we announce your name, gentlemen, please come to lanes 15 and 16 to receive your award. To present the Men's Club All-American Awards is Kyle Woodcock, Director at Large for Club Teams Coaches Association. First, from Arizona State, Cesar Padilla. Next, from University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, Dawson Peterson. From Wright State University, Isaiah Shannon. From Marion University, Wisconsin, Jason Spanbauer. And our final Men's Club second Team All-American from Grand Canyon University, Jordan Marcedo.
Don't you love how Dawson knows exactly where the camera is?
For our Men's Club first team All-American, first up from Muskegon University, Evan Throw. Next, from Purdue University, Gabe Castro. And from Adrian College, Joshua Falkowski. Sorry. Next, from Sunny Stonebrook, Kyle Perillo. And our final Men's Club team All-American from California State University, Fresno, Spencer Norvell.
I'm totally kidding. They were asked to line up where they are. So some unfortunately off screen, but
and now, without further ado, for your 2024-2025 Men's Club Rookie of the Year, from Wright State University, Isaiah Shannon. And your 2024-2025 Men's Club Player of the Year, from Muskegon University, Evan Throw. Congratulations to each of our Men's Club All-American finalists and award winners. All right, our final award today is the Randy Widger Men's Club Coach of the Year Award. Randy Widger is the former coach at Western Illinois University. There are very few coaches who can say that they have won a national championship on their first appearance at the Intercollegiate Team Championship, but Randy is one of those few. In fact, Randy led his men's team to 3 national championships in his first 4 years of coaching. He followed that up with a third-place finish in 2003. But in 2004, his success shifted from the men's program to the women's program, with 2 third-place finishes at the Intercollegiate Team Championships. During his 10 years at WIU, Randy coached 5 NCBCA All-Americans. 3 players spent time on Junior and Team USA. Randy was also a huge supporter in creation and implementation of the Leatherneck Classic. As we announce the finalists for the Randy Widger Men's Club Coach of the Year Award, we ask that you please come down to lanes 15 and 16. The 4 finalists for the Randy Widger Men's Club Coach of the Year Award are, from the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, Brandon Mooney. From Muskegon University, David Jones. From Sunny Stonebrook, Derek James. And our last finalist from Purdue University, Ryan Mooney. And this year's recipient of the Randy Widger Men's Club Coach of the Year Award goes to, from Sunny Stonebrook, Derek James. Congratulations to each of our 4 finalists on a great season. Congratulations to all of our winners today. While we are recognizing achievements, there are two other groups of student athletes that we would like to recognize at this time. First, the NCBCA Scholar Athlete Award was presented at sectionals to any student who has a cumulative grade point average of 3.5 or higher throughout the first semester of the season. If you meet the criteria and receive the NCBCA Scholars Athlete Award, please step on the approach. We would like to congratulate you on your success inside the classroom.
And I know it's hard to see, but there are
The
students
second group of student athletes that we would like to recognize are all of our graduating seniors.
all
And those
across.
student athletes exhausting their 4 years of eligibility. Please step on the approach and please be recognized.
All across the house, those tremendous students. Cool to see.
Congratulations on all of your success and thank you for all of you given to college bowling and your programs. Let's not forget the parents, family members, and spectators on the Set 2 area. Without you guys supporting, college bowling would be nothing. Thank you for all you do. At this time, we would like to introduce each of our teams participating in the Club National Championships. As we introduce your teams, we ask that you please make your way to the approach as we will follow the announcements with the playing of our national anthem. In the women's division, competing in the Collegiate Pool, Michigan State University, Wartburg College, Muskingum University, Adrian College, Illinois State University, and Purdue University. Competing in the Costello Pool, Alma College, Coe College, San Jose State University, Grand Canyon University, and the Ohio State University. Next, in the men's division, competing in the Sowers Pool, University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, Grand Canyon University, Marion University of Wisconsin, University of Wisconsin-Platteville, Bowling Green State University, and San Jose State University. Competing in the Bricks Pool, Grand Valley State University, the Ohio State University, Muskingum University, Rochester Institute of Technology, University of Nebraska, and William-Patterson University. Competing in the Lawson Pool, California State University, Fresno, Purdue University, University of Wisconsin La Crosse, Penn State Berks, and Coe College. And finally, competing in the Overby Pool, Wartburg College, University of Wisconsin Whitewater, University of Wisconsin Oshkosh, Baldwin-Wallace University, and New Jersey Institute of Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please give these teams and student athletes a round of applause for competing in the 2025 Club National Championships presented by Creating the Difference. For now, at this time, we also, if you are able, remove your hats and turn toward lane 1, where the American flag is hung as we play our national anthem. Thank you, everyone. This concludes our opening ceremonies. Parents, spectators, players, and coaches, we would like to thank you for being here as we honor our student athletes and coaches for all their hard work on and off the lanes, as well as in the classroom. Coaches, as a reminder, I will be bringing score recap sheets to you at the conclusion as we start this and throughout the day. After each set, you will get a new one. Somebody from the player, please bring that to me after each set. Doesn't care who it is. It can be a parent, it can be you, it can be another coach. Bring that back to me after each set or after each set that you're done. I'll bring you a new one as you start a new lane. All right, teams. At this time, your lanes are coming off for 15 minutes of practice. You will receive 7.5 minutes on your non-starting lane and then 7.5 minutes on your starting lane. I will announce when it's time to switch lanes.
And there you have it. Shane Kern, who is keeping scores for the event with the opening ceremonies here at the Collegiate Club National Championships. And we are underway with some warm-up for the athletes. About 15 minutes. So that'll give me a chance to kind of set the stage here and welcome everybody to the live stream. So glad that you have taken the time to go with us. And whether you are watching live or watching on replay, surely appreciate it. Let's bring you into the broadcast booth, as it were. My name is Andrew Pfeffer. I created this channel, produce and host a weekly live stream here on Bowling with the Pfeff, and it is my pleasure to bring you into Don Carter Lanes in Rockford, Illinois for the Collegiate Club National Championships. We just saw the presentation of the national awards from the organizers here in those opening ceremonies. A fantastic job that they did, and congratulations to the students and coaches who will take home some nice awards. Certainly a lot of talented folks getting the spotlight shined on them this morning. Let's kind of start out with the pool groups. And we talked a little bit about that. You may have seen this graphic come up as they were announcing the teams and speaking about which pool each of them are in. So each of these pool names are named after coaches through the history of collegiate club bowling and honoring those folks from different parts of the country. In parentheses in these are the seeding. And the way these teams were chosen is through a ranking system. 24 men's teams were invited to this event. Now, you may notice that some of these teams, Nebraska, for example, Grand Valley State, Bowling Green State, UW-Milwaukee, have numbers higher than 24. And that's because if a team that qualified and was invited couldn't make it, they just went down the list. So as soon as one informed our tournament staff that they couldn't make it, number 25 was invited, and that's the University of Nebraska. So you can see these pools and the teams in each. There'll be bowling Baker matches against the other teams in their pool. So for example, you wouldn't have Whitewater taking on Marion until the double elimination bracket match play. That will start later today. This pool play is all about seeding for that bracket match play. Here are the women's pool play groups. We have 11 women's teams. And again, you can see that 12 were invited, and Michigan State has a seeding lower than 12, but because of a couple absences or invitations that weren't accepted, I guess that's a better way to put it, they are here in the field. So I could overhear some of the players asking about the pattern. And I did not see a lane graph. One of the organizers that I asked about a lane graph said that one was not available, and I believe that means the bowlers don't have a lane graph, which is interesting, but they do have kind of these basics about the lane patterns. They were created by John Janowitz of Kegel, the famed lane maintenance professional and senior tour superstar. He made these patterns, both of them 43 feet in length. The men's pattern just a touch different than the women's. You can see there's a little more volume on the men's side. The ratio is a little bit lower, so perhaps a little more demanding condition on the men's side of things. And these are both left and right, so a symmetrical lane pattern for these competitors this weekend. This tournament has a long history dating back to the 2014 season, the 2013-14 season. And you can see the past champions here, defending champions William Patterson and on the men's side and Muskingum on the women's side. There was no event here in 2020 because of COVID, but a lot of these names are teams that you will see in action here today. Ohio State, the 2022 champion, is going to start things out right in front of us on our live stream pairs of 15 through 18. You can see two-time champion UW Whitewater is in the house. Fresno State, I believe, is here. Wright State. Alma College, who on the women's side has won this event twice. So plenty of teams with great history in the Club National Championships will be competing here today.
Please switch sides.
So the teams are practicing, and they have half of their practice time on one of the lanes on their pair and the other half on the other. So they were just told to switch lanes so you can get a little feel for the opposite lane. Again, these are going to be Baker matches. And through the course of the day, if you're looking for some score updates and standings and things like that on Facebook, they will have that available for you. Just search under Collegiate Club Bowling. And if you're watching live, first of all, thank you very much. Really appreciate your time. And secondly, let us know where you're tuning in from, and if you're cheering on any of these teams or individual players. We have a live chat going and be happy to pop up some comments, make this an interactive event. It'll be an interesting mix of teams today. Some will likely be using this as a tune-up of sorts for the ITCs, perhaps the ISCs. For others, this may be the end of the line for the season. So either way, great excuse to get out here and put up some big numbers and put on a show. Hey, Chip, thanks for tuning in. Cheering on Grand Canyon from San Diego, California. Appreciate that. Grand Canyon, you'll see practicing here on lane 15. Each of them will kind of come into the right side of the frame there. So you'll get to see your favorite team right off the bat here, and others will be cycling through during the course of the tournament. Keep in mind, there are 4 different videos, 4 different live streams in this playlist. And once the morning session is over here, we'll end this one and move on to the next. I'm hoping it's self-explanatory. Feel free to ask in the chat if you need help navigating that. So good to see Graham Knowles cheering on the New Jersey Institute of Technology. Another one who is right here in the frame. You can see them warming up on lane 17. And there'll be another
2 minutes remaining.
Another one of the 4 teams that will be featured on our live stream pairs starting things out today. And John from Canton, Pennsylvania, cheering on Baldwin Wallace. And Baldwin Wallace is another team. You'll see them on 18. You'll see a player just coming into frame right there. And we'll be following along with them. I'm going to try and maybe adjust the cameras just a little bit so we've got a little bit better view of some of the action on these 4 lanes. But glad to see people tuning in from all across the United States of America. Cool to see.
right, teams, please hold up on your practice. 35-36, you will be extended. Watch your clock. I'm not going to announce it. Teams, remember that during qualifying, you are bowling a 4-game total match pinfall against your team, your pair. The team with the highest total will receive a point. The points you earn will seed into double elimination bracket. Should there be a tie for the number of wins, the total pinfall will be a tiebreaker. Remember, wins, then pins. Wins, then pins. Parents, spectators, and coaches, and bowlers, please be very, very mindful from lanes 15 through 18 for the live stream cameras. Bowling with the Fifth is gracious enough to be here to help us live stream for those who cannot be here and so they can watch at home. Please be mindful. Don't bump the cameras. Let's just remember we're here to bowl, have some fun. Good luck, good bowling. Teams, as you are ready to start, please hit the check mark. Make sure your pin settings are on the first ball. And you guys can start as you see fit.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right. A few final words of encouragement from the coaches of each team and from teammates to each other, as you can hear. Again, if it's your first time here on the channel, welcome. I hope you'll consider subscribing. Be the first to know, and we do live streams and recorded videos. It's absolutely free, and I thank you in advance for those who click that subscribe button and who have subscribed already. It really means a lot. I'm guessing you can probably tell, but it's very loud in here, which is great to see the support from parents and fans. Sometimes in college play, you gotta make your own noise, and these teams are really good at it. But they know how to hype each other up. They know what motivates their teammates, and they are certainly getting after it right away. So the reason you're not seeing anything on the left here from Grand Canyon University is I believe they needed to reset a spare for their leadoff player. Had a nice pre-tournament conversation with their head coach, Ben Canfield. He's one of the folks who helps organize this great event. But today, of course, he's trying to help guide his team to a win. Try and dig a little deeper into the pool play process here. And again, if you are looking for information on the schedule of events today and how this all works, if you go to the Collegiate Club Bowling website, you can find a link to it on their Facebook page. That has all the information you'll need, and it's a good way to really get a better feel for how we progress through this tournament. So in the men's side, each team is going to bowl a 4-game Baker match against the other teams in their pool. The total pins determine the winner of each match. The top 2 from each pool, based on win-loss, receive first-round byes in the bracket, and then there are certain tiebreakers. On the women's side, very similar. 4-game Baker match against the other teams in their pool. Top 2 from each pool, based on win-loss, receive first-round byes in the double elimination bracket, which you will see here later this afternoon. At least the beginning of it. We have a couple rounds of bracket match play today, and then things conclude tomorrow, Championship Sunday, where we will find out who will be this year's Club National Champions. And again, a little tough to tell for Ohio State and Grand Canyon who is winning and losing in this one, just because Ohio State's in their 8th frame right now. If you recall the Big Ten Championship in suburban Chicago, which was also live streamed on this channel on Bowling with the Fef in, I believe, late January, this Ohio State team took second in that event, second to Purdue, I believe, and that was their best finish so far in the season. Of course, hoping to do one spot better this weekend back in Illinois. So Ohio State getting ready for their 10th frame here in this opening match. The first game of it anyway. And NJIT with a healthy lead over Baldwin Wallace in the opener. It's kind of interesting. Off to my right, you've got a couple of parents with kind of what looks like makeshift or homemade periscopes, so they can get the view from up above, because when you have full teams of college athletes standing right behind the approach, it can sometimes be a little tough to see exactly what's going on. So they're prepared, not their first rodeo, and they know what to do to get the best vantage point. A 148 for Ohio State in the opener. And again, Grand Canyon just entering their 7th frame, so we'll see if they can keep pace here. Meanwhile, NJIT working on a 3-bagger. They're going to have a pretty decisive victory over Baldwin Wallace in game 1. If you're not familiar with the Baker system of scoring, it's a system that is utilized often in both the college and high school game. You've got your 5 team members, each of them responsible for 2 frames. So your leadoff player will bowl the 1st and 6th frames, the second bowler the 2nd and 7th, 3rd and 8th, 4th and 9th, and the anchor player takes the 5th frame and the 10th frame, as we're seeing NJIT can end up in perhaps in the low 2 teens here. And Baldwin Wallace settles for a 140 in the opener. But with 4-game matches, there's plenty of time to make up, although that gentleman's got a great look on the NJIT side, 214. And they have traveled well from New Jersey, and that crowd of parents and fans enjoying a great game from their team. NJIT in the collegebowling.bowl.com power ranking through week 22. They were number 11 in the country. In the same week for the club ranking, 39. They had a first place finish at the EIBT event, number 3. That was their highest finish of the year. Ooh. Tough miss on that 4-7 on the Grand Canyon side. 130 through 9, so they'll need to fill 19 here in the 10th to take this opening game. And a great shot by that anchor player. Well, stayed out of trouble. Kind of pitched it out to the right, but a 1-2-4 to deal with. And again, a 19-pin fill is what she needs. So she needs 2 of these for the win, 1 for a tie. And takes care of all 3. So a nice win, 150 to 148 for Grand Canyon State, taking game 1 of this opening Baker match. Some of these spares may seem easy, but you know, when the pressure is on and you're depending on everyone on the team to fill frames and keep them in it, not always easy. So a nice finish for Grand Canyon State or Grand Canyon University. And as we enter the second game here, Ohio State starting out with a 9 count. Assuming we don't have any more jams or malfunctions, we should be a little more in line and a little more up to speed on where they stand as far as who's winning at any given time. Baldwin Wallace with a nice start there with a spare and a double to follow, taking an early lead over NJIT. Couldn't quite shake out. Baldwin Wallace from Berea, Ohio. And at the helm, Paul Ashby, a former touring pro, trying to guide this team to some success and maybe a little comeback in this opening match, as New Jersey Institute of Technology had the opening game win in this best of 4. Ooh, that could be a costly open there on the NJIT side. As Baldwin Wallace with a lead of a little more than 30 in the mid-game here. So according to the schedule put out by Collegiate Club Bowling, they anticipate each of these matches taking about an hour. And afterwards, you have a 5 matches and then a re-oil before match play. So we anticipate that first round of the bracket should be around 4 this afternoon. And that has a slightly different format, which we'll dig into as we get into that second part of the event here. Wow, that ball checked up a little early, but did not pay the price for it. A key double there in the 6th and 7th as Baldwin Wallace has had a couple splits in their 7th and 8th. Make that 3 in a row. So NJIT knows they've got a nice opportunity here to come back and steal one if they can keep stringing strikes and filling frames. Off to our left here, a split for Grand Canyon. All the way from Phoenix, Arizona. So quite a trip to get here to Rockford for the Club National Championships. Nice break for Ohio State there, kicking out that 10-pin. Ooh, nice go with that 4-7-10, but just shot that 4 a little bit behind the 10. Wow. That hurts. Nice shot there. Oh, another bad break there, both on 15 and 17. You had the 9th frame bowler from NJIT throwing a great shot. He's got a lot of turn, but left that half pocket 7-10. And unless he makes it, this will be a really tight match. And he gets just the 10-pin there. So a 4-pin match, a 4-pin game going into the 10th frame between Baldwin Wallace and NJIT. Remember, you saw the New Jersey anchor player run it off the sheet with a nice 3 in a row at the end of the first game, but he did miss a spare in this match. So let's see what he does here. In the 10th. Grand Canyon, another tough break there and a ringing 10. Oh, that one checked up a little bit, leaving the 4-9. Go. Nice cover on the Ohio State side. So they're down by about 23 with a couple frames to go here. Grand Canyon actually they're a little ahead, so it's a little tighter than it seems. Hey, good to see Yvonne Bennett tuning in from back in the Milwaukee area. Good morning to you. And if you're not familiar with her name, I hope you will be. She came on our weekly live stream a few weeks ago. Had a great conversation about her story originating from the Washington, D.C. area and making the move out to Milwaukee for a bowling-related position. She was executive director of the BCAW, Bowling Centers Association of Wisconsin, and is about to host the Vintage Alleys Tour, originating from Eau Claire, Wisconsin for the first time next week on Saturday. So Ohio State is going to survive Hey, you bet. Thank you for tuning in. Always appreciate seeing your name on the stream and in my feed. That's good stuff. So 170 for Ohio State as they take game 2. So after 2 games, the teams switch lanes. Hopefully it's been easy to tell, but they do bowl their Baker games all on the same lane. So they're not switching back and forth, crossing lanes as you would in, say, an individual league or tournament. In the Baker system, you stay on one lane at a time. And for these purposes, 2 games on one lane and then switching over to the other lane on the pair for the 3rd and 4th. Nice spare there after her first shot kind of checked up on her and ended up way left, but covers the spare. So all is good after one for Grand Canyon. I mentioned Ben Canfield at the start of this. If the name sounds familiar, he was a collegiate player, 4 years at Arizona State University, and he's got some help with a couple of assistants here. Riley Dempsey and Matthew Adrangna. I really hope I didn't murder that name too badly. NJIT working on the front three here as they take an early lead. And he hits the fourth. Perfect shot, split that 8-9, and they are rolling. Baldwin Wallace has got a nice game going so far. Did have a split in the second, but they need some help because NJIT absolutely rolling right now. As tough as it seems to be sometimes to get 5 different players in the groove, throwing good shots and carrying well, all at the same time, there's definitely some volume from this team and their fans, and that can be a big help. Get the adrenaline pumping, and one great shot kind of feeds into another, and so on. So the front 5 now for NJIT. It's tough to see from the vantage point that I'm at, but the settee area here at Don Carter Lanes is not very big. So when you have a team of 5 players, throw in a coach or 2, it's kind of tight down there. In fact, I spent a little time here last night kind of getting set up and getting acquainted with the environment. And a lot of the league bowlers actually kind of sit up here on the concourse and not so much down in the settee area as you might see in other houses. But they make it work, and it's a great center with a great name and great competition here today. So 9-pin fill after that 2-8-10 for NJIT. And Baldwin Wallace smells blood. A quick 3-bagger in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. And They're going to try and get back into this thing. So the Grand Canyon leadoff player has thrown most of her shots two-handed, but then attempted that spare with a traditional delivery, which is perfectly fine as long as she's got a couple different bowling balls at least, because you can't have a thumb hole in the ball if you don't use your thumb. And really, if you're throwing it two-handed, you wouldn't want a thumb hole in there anyway, because it's just another opportunity for the ball to go thump, thump, thump down the lane and possibly affect your carry and things like that. All right, Baldwin Wallace now with the last four. They can go off the sheet here for 224. Ooh, a great shot, but a ringing 10. So they will be perhaps a 213 if he covers this up. Cannot shut out NJIT. They've had back-to-back splits here, but they still have a chance to win. And a rather good one, too, with that strike. Staying out of trouble there. Ooh, and they missed that 10 pin, which will leave them at 212. Now, if NJIT goes spare, strike, spare, we could have a tie here. So takes care of the spare as we move on to the NJIT 10th frame. Certainly got to have the first one. Needs the first two to eke out a win here. Again, that missed 10 pin could loom large. There's the first strike. Again, he makes that 10 pin. That forces him to double, even to tie. Here's that second shot in the 10th. Oh, he knew he let that one out. But he's coming off a strike, so if he picks this up, they'll tie at 212. Again, the pool play format a little bit different. Total pins determine the winner of the match. So even if they do tie at 212, it's based on the 4-game total. So it's really just an opportunity to keep pace. It's the 4-game total that really holds the most weight in the standings of this event. A 133 for Grand Canyon State as Coach Canfield discusses things with his ladies. They had a nice start, but opened in each of the last 5 frames. And it's tough to get the momentum and keep it when you're doing that. And there's another split.
What do you need? What do you
There's a nice shot on the Baldwin Wallace side coming off of an open. Hitting that strike there and hoping to finish this thing off here.
No. All those cameras? No.
I'm not going to be having my kids on one.
Quick double for NJIT there. So again, when the tournament staff updates the standings, they will post that to the Collegiate Club Championships Facebook page, and we will follow along as well. Ohio State finishing that game with 175. Great shot on the Baldwin Wallace side. Nice 8th frame strike, and both teams really trying to kick it up a notch here in this 4th game. Ooh, another great shot, and did not exactly get the desired result on that high flush 9-pin. You could throw 100 shots worse than that one and strike, and then you throw a great one and pay the price, as evidence there on the NJIT side, going to Brooklyn for 3 in a row, but carrying it out. Hey, Mark London. Yvonne is always worthy of a shout out. You got that right. Big congratulations to Mark, who recently found out he'll be honored for his contributions in bowling media to the IBMA. Yeah, you got that right, Mark. Do not underestimate the club teams. And see some great bowling today for sure. I mean, you've got some former national champions in this field, not only in this event, but also in ITCs. Talking, of course, about UW Whitewater, which went through Wichita State a few years ago to claim their program's first ITC national championship. Ohio State on the left here, going after a 3rd spare in a row and sliding by to the right, so they'll have 47 through 3. They are being guided by a pair of USBC silver certified coaches, so some great coaching knowledge for the Buckeyes from the minds of Daryl Kelso and Todd Burns. And Grand Canyon having some trouble finishing things up here. Another long string of opens, or 3 of them anyway, which I think any team would agree is not a string you want to be a part of, but they'll do their best to get back in this. But with just 89 through 8 frames, it's going to give Ohio State a Nice opportunity to get some plus pins at the end of this match. NJIT finishing off their final game of the match with a strike in the 10th frame. A possible 234 if he can keep that going for two more. And you can tell a lot of these teams finishing up things, a lot of the bowlers and parents and coaches making the walk across the concourse behind us. And they're cheering him on back here on the NJIT side, hoping for that third and final strike. Oh, and got a great break to get it. Half pocket hit, shot that messenger across the deck, and they finish with 234. So a nice start to things for the New Jersey Institute of Technology as they finish pool play match number 1 with Baldwin Wallace. Meanwhile, on the ladies' side over here, a 117 finish for Grand Canyon. Ohio State looking like they're going to gain some pins here. They've got 73 through 5. And takes down 10 there, so should gain a bunch of pins no matter what happens from here on out, as they've still got 4 frames to go. So I've got a little traffic jam here with Purdue and NJIT kind of moving in and out at the same time. Yeah, indeed. Hello and goodbye. He threw some really nice shots in that match. Struck out in 2 different games. And again, they've got a lot of crowd support right behind here. And I can't tell if it's because there are a lot of them, if they're just exceptionally loud, or if it's because they were right behind me. But whatever the case, they seem to get the job done more often than not.
Are you guys moving here? We're going to be here.
So Ohio State with 99 through 7 and a strike up in the 8th. Make it a double. So Purdue and Penn State Berks just getting underway here in match 2. So the overlay says match 1, but we've got Ohio State finishing things up in their match 1, as you'll see their player come into the frame on lane 15. And it's a 164 finish for Ohio State. And they'll move on to their next pair for match number 2. So as we get our first look at the Purdue and Penn State teams, I can tell you that Purdue had a number 16 ranking in week 22 of the collegebowling.bowl.com power rankings and a club ranking of number 2. Their top finish this year was 3rd place at the Western Shootout. So they've had some nice events this year and know how to knock down those pins. Certainly had a great history dating back to the late 90s, early 2000s. They were a national runner-up to one of those Western Illinois teams that was mentioned here earlier today. And it looks like we're going to be looking at the Michigan State ladies and the Purdue women's team on 15 and 16. Again, they'll get scores updated on the Collegiate Club Championships Facebook page, and as soon as they do, we'll keep you up to date as well. Again, these are 4-game Baker matches where total pins is what matters most. That's what determines the wins and losses, and you compete against the other teams in your pool.
It has pink grips. Skylar, it's more this way.
I know where it is. We're going to 5 and 6, Cassidy.
There's a nice break on the Purdue side, 117-6 with a double up. And that's their first game in the second Baker match here. Pool play.
How many big boom?
One big boom indeed.
How many big booms? Big boom! Boom! Boom!
I'll let you guys decide what you think about the big boom chant. I kind of like it because, you know, kind of lets me know. I would assume if they start a big string, then it gets really exciting. Boy, that anchor player on Purdue with a nice double there in the 10th. He's got a good amount of hand with some nice ball speed. Really gets those pins flying. Does he still have this roll of tape? Oh, it's sitting on him.
Yeah, there it is. You need it?
Yeah. Yep. So I'm trying to. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's like I mentioned before, it's kind of a tight spot, and I've got the two tripods are kind of balanced on a couple of tables here and a couple of tall chairs. So on one side, it's tough to remind the players not to go up the stairs and right, by the table where the tripod is. On the other side, you've got parents and fans going by the other table. So I'm doing a little housekeeping here. That's why you're not hearing my voice for frames at a time. Yeah, Mark, Boom is original. Yeah. And I'm sure this has nothing to do with the fact that they're from Pennsylvania, right? Whew. Yeah, Yvonne, you make a good point here. Bowling centers in general are kind of challenging. And yeah, the concourses are really more designed for people walking through than me plopping myself right in the middle of them. So yeah, you do your best and try to give everyone fair warning. But, in the end, you do your best. Your best has to be good enough. But thank you. I appreciate the compliment, and it is really my pleasure. It's probably the biggest event I've done so far. So certainly happy to be here and glad to see some great college bowling action. And that shot coming off 3 in a row on the Purdue side. Lucky to knock out that split. Takes care of the spare there. So Yvonne wants to know if UW Whitewater and or Marion will bowl on the broadcast pairs. I certainly hope so. I'm not sure what the rhyme or reason is for which pairs these teams move to and from. Grand Canyon was on lane 16 to start. And after the 4-game Baker match that we saw them bowl on to kick things off here, I overheard their coach say that they're moving to 5 and 6. So it's not a 1 or 2 pairs per move situation here. And the other thing is you've got some of the pairs that have a pattern specifically for the women's teams and others that have a pattern specifically for the men's teams. So in that, you'll only see women's teams on 15 and 16 because that has the women's pattern on it, where you'll only see men's teams on 17 and 18 because that has the men's pair on it. So I think that was just a long-winded way of saying I don't really know. But hopefully we get a chance to see most of these teams, if not in the pool play, then later on in the double elimination bracket match play, which starts up at approximately 4 this afternoon. And then goes into tomorrow where we determine our national champions. Thanks for tuning in. Karen V cheering on MSU from Shelby Township in Michigan. And Michigan State is off to a nice start in this game. Opened up with the front 5, having a little trouble closing things out, but they'll end up likely in the 180s unless she takes down the big 4. So still a nice game to start things out here in our second pool play match. Again, these are 4-game matches, all Baker system and based on total pins. So, yeah, like I said, I wish I had a little more clarity on that. I'm assuming each team has gotten a schedule of where they go from pair to pair. And gentleman next to me is nodding. That's the way how it is. Yeah, they each have a folder that they got in the tournament office. And I'm looking right now at, I believe, is this the Purdue women's schedule? This is the Purdue women's schedule. So, for example, they'll... Wow. It's hard to decipher because it's based on team numbers. So you guys came from... Okay, so Purdue started on lane 10 and then came over here to 15. Next game, they'll be going back to lane 6 and then to lane 11 and then to lane 8. So again, it's a schedule of lane assignments that each team has that doesn't really go in order, but rather where it all works out for their pool and which lanes have the gender-specific oiling pattern, because there are 2 separate patterns, one for the women's teams and one for the men's teams. Coach Ukes, YouTube, says he knows the owner of the bowling alley. Yeah. It's a great center. It looks nice here. You can tell they had a team of people really getting things ready for these bowlers in the morning. Had some nice traffic last night as Friday Night League and Open Play was going on. You've got the Cubica AMF masking units with A2 machines. And really, apart from one machine call on 15 right out of the gate, they've been running really smoothly, which is great for everybody. All right. I just got handed the men and women's totals. So again, this is 4 different pools. So you've got the Overby pool, Lawson pool, Burke's pool, and Soward's pool on the men's side. And I'll try and give you the leaders here in each, just so you know. Again, these are the teams that are in each pool. UW Whitewater with 845 gets the point in what they're calling set 1 or match 1. We saw New Jersey Institute of Technology over on this pair, just behind them at 8:15. In the Lawson pool, this is men again, you've got Purdue leading things with 850 after their first match. Penn State Berks just behind them at 791, so interesting that they're crossing with each other right now. And speaking of which, Purdue just finished off a 236 game in game 2 here. Ohio State men in the Berks pool, leading things with an 862. William Patterson in second at 824. And in the Sowards pool, it's UW Platteville with a 775. San Jose State with 746. So those are the early leaders on the men's side. I'll try and get you the same on the women's side, where it's a little more straightforward as there's only 2 pools of play. As Michigan State finished up with 183. In the second match here. Here are the women's pool groups. And as you can see, there's only 2 of them, although the Dye pool and Weimer pool were set up for 4, but they set it up with 2 of them for this event. It's Alma College, 718, leading the Costello pool over Coe College with a 689. Ohio State had 657 to take third in that one. And on the Colosic pool, it's the Purdue University women leading things at 745. Muskingum at 730 and Wartburg at 716, all winners in that first pool match. And you'll see score updates on Collegiate Club Championships on Facebook. That's the place. And got to hand it to the folks running things here. There are a lot of organizers who have spots on the board or roles to fill in Collegiate Club Bowling that are coaching teams in this event, such as Coach Canfield at Grand Canyon and Brandon Mooney with UW Whitewater, both coaching teams in this event. However, they also have a role in this greater organization. So to have the scores out very quickly, and let's face it, a little concern about me being able to get those numbers out to you folks is awesome. So great job, tournament team. Keep up the great work. Says Don Carter is the best bowling alley in Rockford. Well, it is certainly a nice one. I don't really have much to go on, so I'm going to take your word for it. I did take a peek at the Cherry Bowl last night. Not a bad place. Looks like they're hosting a PWBA regional in September. And if I'm not mistaken, same ownership for those two and I believe 3 other centers in the area. That was a nice hit on the Michigan State side. 3 in a row. They're trying to get on the board with a win after losing their first match with a 662. And it's 4 in a row now for the Spartans. Their best finish this year was a 7th place finish at the AHBA Championships. Number 15 club ranking. So they've had some success this season and hoping to pick up the pace here as they're doing with that string of strikes. That one goes just to the right of the pocket, and she'll take aim at a 2-5. One big boom. So a tough start on the Purdue side with a couple of opens, but getting back to it there with a strike in the third frame. A nice break there in the Purdue women's 7th frame. They're about 16 behind Michigan State in this game. And the Purdue women's team getting fired up now. Strikes in 4 of the last 5 frames. So doing their best to get back into this. Then a big split. So we'll see how Michigan State responds. And again, this isn't so much head-to-head in terms of game wins and losses. It's all about the total pins that determine the winners of the matches. Nice Brooklyn hit on the Penn State side. Big boom. So again, this Purdue men's team among the leaders really overall on the men's side of things with an 850 in their first 4 games and trying to get something out of this game as well with 105 through 6 and a strike up in the 7th. Oh, nice break for Michigan State. Almost took him down, but we'll have the head pin to deal with in their 10th frame. The Penn State team coming in with a club ranking of 24. And there's another strike for Purdue. Made it 4 in a row. And over here on the women's side, Michigan State puts in a sub for the fill ball, and they finish up with 2:10. Up a little high, and that'll stop that string at 4, but still a 2:14 if he picks this up. And he does. So nice game for the Boilermakers, a 2:14. So the ladies' teams have switched lanes for their third game of this 4-game Baker match. All right.
Yo, JD, how many big moves?
The Penn State team has a couple of coaches that I'm going to assume are related, James Clater Jr. and Nicholas Clater. Both of them with better than a decade, either advising or coaching that team. They did have a second place finish at EIBT number 3 this year, and the third at the Greater Pittsburgh Collegiate Classic. So some good success this season. Plenty of big booms, I'm sure. Purdue ladies are coming in here with a club ranking of number 8, the Big Ten tournament champions from a couple months ago. I believe on 16 right here, you're looking at Emily Spikuza from Woodridge, Illinois. And she was the top player at the Big Ten championships. Also finished 18th out of 215 players at the Intercollegiate Singles Championship. Not bad. There's a nice spare for the leadoff player for Michigan State. They've got 75 through their first 5 this game with that spare up in the 6th. As Purdue gets a strike in their 6th frame. So trying to get as much as they can in these last 2 games in hopes of winning the match. But Michigan State has played them tough. And see Coach Carson Opella looking on and hanging his head after that hit. Solid 8. He was a collegiate player at Purdue up until a couple years ago. There is a, I know you can't see it on the screen, but there is a light up, kind of a turkey hat that the Purdue team, certain members of them are kind of passing around and wearing. It's on one of the men's team members right now. Not sure what that signifies, but I'm sure they do. So now Michigan State and Purdue both have doubles working in the 8th and 9th. Michigan State 10 pins better right now with 113 through 7. And big 6-7 split. So get one out of there, 169, and on to the next. There's a nice strike on the Penn State side.
How many big boom? What a big boom!
So Michigan State finishes up with 169. Their men's team strike to get out of this one with 161. And he does hit the fill ball there for 161. And he got the turkey hat too. Oh, we got a nice break there, carried the Brooklyn.
Yo, Tyler! How many big booms?
I really wonder what that guy's voice feels like after a full weekend of college bowling and yelling out about big booms. But he's committed to the cause, and you got to respect that. All right, 154 through 8. Now a double in the 9th and the first ball in the 10th. So he can hit 2 more. We'll have 214. That one up a little high for a 4-7. Takes care of that 4-7, so a 202 finish for Penn State. And it'll be on to the next. On the women's side, the Michigan State and Purdue teams, I believe, on their 4th game of this 4-game Baker match. Again, a big thank you to all of you who are tuning in live with us. No matter where you're tuning in from, we've had viewers all across the country, which is awesome. Be sure to hit the thumbs up and like this video and subscribe to the channel. You can be the first to know when we go live and upload new videos. We'll have live coverage in this pair all weekend long here at the Collegiate Club Championships. And that one looked like it bounced out of the gutter, so they'll have to change that to a 0 and an open frame to start for Purdue's women's team. But anyway, yeah, consider subscribing. I'd really appreciate it. Doesn't cost you anything. Got a back catalog of nearly 200 long-form live-streamed interviews with some bowlers you know and some you don't. And all kinds of other stuff, too. A week from yesterday, 6 days from now, I'll be heading down to Waukesha, Wisconsin for the PBA's All-Star Weekend. We'll chat with some of the best in the world and see how they're feeling about their performance so far this season. It's really been a game of kind of chasing down E.J. Tackett, which nobody's really been able to do this season, but, you know, got to keep going, right? This is the William Patterson men's team gathering in the lower right corner of your screen. We'll assume that they'll be involved in the 3rd match of pool play on lanes 17 and 18. There's a nice break for Michigan State, getting off the schneid after a couple splits to start off this last game, hitting a strike in the 3rd. So again, this is match 2 on the left, match 3 on the right. You've got William Patterson and Muskingum. And these teams do kind of go at their own pace. Little deadwood there on 16 that'll keep them stagnant for a moment. And they'll get that taken care of. So the gentleman from Michigan State said that they were up 50 going into this final game of this match. So trying to utilize that big lead and turn it into a match victory here.
Oh! That's too damn bad!
And the folks from William Patterson letting you know that all 10 went down in their second frame. As Muskingum counters with a spare in their first frame. So this Muskingum team off on the right here on lane 18 to start this third Baker match is the Detroit sectional champions, and they also finished fourth at the Hoosier this season. So Mark London commented about the club teams being good and having some firepower, and Muskingum certainly fitting into that category. They were third in club ranking as of week 22. And I believe they have championships in this event on both the men's and women's side. I hope I'm not making that up. There's the past champions. And no, I'm not. Men won it in 2023, the women in 2024. So they know how to win here at the Collegiate Club Championships. There's a nice hit for the Purdue team. It's a 9 count for Spikuza. Also on this Purdue team is Chloe Hickland, who you might remember seeing at the PBA LBC National Championships telecast. And her father, Ron Hickland Jr., the brains behind Creating the Difference, who is our major sponsor here at the event. So thank you to Ron and Creating the Difference for supporting this great collegiate bowling event. Just couldn't shake out that 7-pin on the William Patterson side. Looks like Muskingum is going to take care of some deadwood on their own. So here's the aforementioned Chloe Hickland up on 16, working on a double here for Purdue. Again, down 50 going into this last game of the match. Covers up that spare. So William Patterson's certainly more vocal than Muskingum, but both of these teams can do some damage, and Muskingum is working on 4 in a row. And the big boy just made it a double for William Patterson. So Purdue with a possible 181. And as long as She shows up in the 10th for Michigan State. They should secure a win here. And that's a spare for Michigan State, which should wrap things up here in this second match. $180 for Purdue. Following that big lead after the first 3 games, they had enough in the tank to get it done here, and they'll get on the board with their first match win of the day. William Patterson, meanwhile, finishing with 227. Looks like Muskingum will be slightly better. Go spare strike for 232. As long as he makes the spare, that is. And he does. So good count, they'll be in the 230s, and just a touch of a lead going into the next game of this 4-game match. So now that the ladies are done, we'll advance this thing to match number 3, which is what you've been seeing on the right side with the men.
I know what it's like.
So it looks like we've got San Jose State setting up shop on the left here on 15 and 16. Oh, not quite enough on the messenger to take down that 10 pin. Good shot, though. And a nice crossover strike on the Muskingum side. That's the front three for them. Ooh. That'll break up the string right through the face for 6. It's great to have that powerful strike ball when the strikes are going, but sometimes when you're a little off, you end up with big splits like the pair of them we see on 17 and 18. And because everybody kind of goes at a different pace, they don't all start each game at the same time. You end up with some teams starting and others not. So we've got San Jose State starting up pool play match 3 on the left. Their opponent hasn't gotten here just yet. They may still be finishing up their second match. And we'll find out who that is soon enough. San Jose State, of course, from San Jose, California. Making the long trip to Rockford for this event, starting out with a spare. And try for another one. They did have a first place finish, a tournament victory at the Sin City Open in Las Vegas this season. A second place finish at the Rebel Classic, also in Vegas. Their coach is Tracy Kidaoka. Man, I hope I pronounced that right. And she competed collegiately at UC Davis in the early 90s. Wow. All kinds of pins thrown at that 7-pin, but it stood and fought. I got to say, the thing I really like about this center is that they've got the wood approaches but synthetic lanes, so you don't have the tackiness that sometimes comes with synthetic approaches. So the two teams certainly not hitting them like they did in the first game, but Muskingum with a strong finish can hit 200. There's a double in the 10th for William Patterson. Oh, that's not something any of them wanted to see on the Muskingum side. Looked like a good shot, but not after it got there. They can still stay ahead in the match with strong 10th frame. And he put it right between them. So 156. William Patterson gets a sub in there for the fill ball and finishes with 170. And spare up for Muskingum, so striking the fill ball would give them 6 more pins with 176 to add to that lead. Off to the right there, you probably saw the pinfall on lane 19. Ohio State, with another strike here in the fill ball of the 10th, could hit 279. And Muskingum, the fill ball strike there, it's 176. Maintain that lead. 10 pins, it looks like, over William Patterson after the 2 games. They'll switch lanes and do 2 more. Like I said, not quite as vocal as the teams around them, but they are letting the pins do the talking so far. David Jones at the helm. 8 years as a coach there at Muskingum, and also at Tiffin Columbian, Tiffin, Ohio. He's a silver certified coach. Leading them to a club ranking of number 3 coming into this event. San Jose is in a pool with a vacant spot, so they may not have an opponent this game. Maybe we can find out. Yep, and they are indeed crossing with that vacancy in the pool. So it'll just be San Jose on this pair for the 3rd match. Nice finish for San Jose with that two-handed player at anchor. 157. San Jose, the 10th ranked club team coming into the championships here. And a big double for William Patterson as they try to cut into this Muskingum lead. Nice looking shot, but didn't quite make the corner enough to take the 10 out. She snapped out the 10 there. All that for a four-bagger, but they're feeling it on the William Patterson side. San Jose has a few two-handers in their lineup, which is something we haven't seen on the ladies' side on the live stream pair just yet. And in this tightly contested match between Muskingum and William Patterson, an open on the left and a split on the right. So I'm not really sure what kind of dance that was in front of 16. You see about a third of it. Says it worked. Certainly didn't hurt as they get that strike in the 7th. Oh. Great cover there on the 3, 4, 6, 7. We all do what we can to will those pins down, and we can see his head. We can't see much more, but
That's why I said, at least you got a squad.
yeah. Yeah, of course. You're not proud now?
Oh, I'm very proud. As a matter of fact, he didn't get his dance moves from me. Though.
Oh, okay. Well, it's been highly entertaining either way. Ooh, and just took care of that spare. So he got it a little left, but snapped out the 8 pin. So 163 through 8 with a spare up in the 9th. William Patterson's going to have a lead going into their 10th. That one didn't quite climb the hill. Got the 10 out, so it's just a 2-8 there to deal with. You can go spare strike for 201. Meanwhile, William Patterson still has 220, 236 if they strike out. There's the first one. We don't know a lot about the William Patterson team as far as what they've done this season and who's in their lineup, but we know they get loud when they do good things out there, and as you've probably heard through the course of this match, they've done quite a few good things. And a key double there that's going to likely put them in the 230s. $236 to 201. And the teams will go into this 4th game of the match with William Patterson up in front for the first time. Off to the left, San Jose working on a double here in the 9th and the first shot of the 10th. That one got right, but came back up. So a 3-bagger there, and they can climb all the way up to 192 with a 4th one here. Huh? Oh, no. So 189 for San Jose as they switch lanes, and we'll finish this one out on lane 16. Again, they're competing against a vacancy in the Costello pool. So they have the pair all to themselves for 2 more games. Muskingum gets the 7 and the 10 to go. And that's the front 4 for them in this final game of match number 3. Again, William Patterson with a slight lead coming into this game. They were down by a few for the first 2, and then William Patterson came back with a 2:36 to take the lead. Total pins is what determines these matches, and not head-to-head wins and losses, at least in the sense of individual games. Yeah, he didn't like that off his hand. It looked like it was left right away. And through the face for a big split, and that'll break up the Muskingum string. Nice shot at it, but just got the 3. So 144 through 6. William Patterson with 87 through 4 and a spare up in the 5th. Well, the William Patterson team knows that these last few frames are big. And every strike gets them a little closer. So after 2 matches on the women's side, in the Costello pool, it's Co-College leading with 2 wins and 1,495 total pins. San Jose in 4th at this point. And in the Collegiate pool, Wartburg at 1,373 and 2 match wins is on top, with Muskingum right behind them at 1,368. Big double. Big double for William Patterson. They're still behind by a few pins, but you can see the momentum kind of swinging their way. Great shot there as they answer with a double in the 7th and 8th. There's a quick 3-bagger for San Jose in the 5th, 6th, and 7th. So Evan Throw had that big strike carrying out the 4 and the 7 and the 9. This is Jacob Willard coming up in the 10th for Muskingum. Got that 10 out of there. That's their 4th in a row. Willard is from Tonawanda, New York. He's averaged a touch better than 197 this year. He's trying to come through big for Muskingum. They're up by about 30, which is about enough to win this match if they can hang on. And he did. That's a huge strike. 264 if they can finish it off. He's one strike away. The best William Patterson can do is 235. Got the first and the 10th. Muskingum, other than that big split in the 6th, has been perfect this game. Willard just a sophomore, but he's carrying the big load right now. And nailed it, 264. And they knew every single one of them was big. There's another strike on the William Patterson side. So Muskingum finishes with 872 for the 4 games. And 235. That's 868. So Muskingum hangs on and wins it by a few sticks. What a match. Coming at it in different ways. William Patterson celebrating the wins, big and small. But Muskingum coming through and getting that win in the final frame there. Again, Willard doesn't come through early on in the 10th, and we've got a different story here, but he threw 3 great shots and took home the victory. That 264, pretty easily the biggest game we've seen on our live stream pairs so far. And again, it's you kind of feed off each other sometimes, like the San Jose ladies are doing right now on the front 3, but it's something special to have everyone lined up just right. Throwing good shots, carrying. And it's a hard-fought win for Muskingum. And that one slid by the 10 pins, so they'll have 87 through 4. And and hoping to get back on track here in the 5th.
No, they're a good team. They have the guy who won section of.
Ooh, tough break there on that 4-7. So 105 through 6. They started out with the front 3 and now 3 consecutive opens. Again, bowling against a vacancy in that Costello pool. And that certainly doesn't help matters, a 3 count, so try and chase down the spare and turn things around in this final game. That one didn't quite get up. So 112 through 7. Looks like we have Bowling Green on the men's side setting up shop on 17 and 18. They go at their own pace, so they very well could start before their opponent gets here. And of course, that's not just them, it's every team in the field. Nice cover. That is one way to get things going again. It looks like our other team here is UW Platteville. Always good to see a Wisconsin team in the fold. We've got a few in the field here. On the men's side anyway. And we'll get our first look at the Pioneers. The aptly named Bowling Green State University team, the Falcons from Bowling Green, Ohio. Coached by Kevin Tabor and Jay Young. A combined 20 years of experience at that university as coaches. San Jose is up with 159. And they start off with a spare. Falcons are coming in to this week with a 4th place finish at AHBA number 3, a matching 4th place at the Warrior Classic, and a 6th place finish at the Dirty Bird Classic. As you might expect, predominantly Ohio-based bowlers on this squad. On the Platteville side, much like their opponents, a strong presence from their home state of Wisconsin. Jonathan Grorud, their head coach. Again, hoping I pronounced that correctly. He's been there for 2 years, competed at Platteville in the years previous to taking over. And Davis Lohr, who has history in my home center, Wagner's Lanes in Eau Claire. He competed at Platteville and at UW Eau Claire. And Bowling Green off to a strong start. Couple of spares and then a three-bagger as they look to get out ahead of it in match number 4. I want to look left right off the bat and gets away with just a 6-pin. And on the Platteville side, a little too far right, down the lane a little bit, leaving them with a 2-4-10. Platteville finished second at the Great Lakes Bowling Conference #1 event, a second place at the Stout Invite to the champion Viterbo. And if you look really hard on the channel, you can find a little video from that event. They also finished third at the Titan Invite in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Platteville's club ranking coming in number 15 in the country. So they had automatic invitation to this event by virtue of where their club ranking was. And they've got a couple of splits, back-to-back opens, 35 through 3, as Bowling Green keeps on rolling, 152 through 7 with a strike up in the 8th. Plenty of representation at this event from the Great Lakes Bowling Conference. You've got UW Platteville here on the live stream pair, of course UW Whitewater roaming around, and I know they were in the lead after a match, but also competing here, one of the top club teams in the country, year in and year out. Marion University, Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, they're a strong team as well. UW Oshkosh here. They've had some success in recent years. So A lot of Wisconsinites on the lanes this weekend. Ooh, that a little bit light there for Bowling Green. 5 count. And he'll need to pick it up to get to 227. You won't be the last. Yep. And that's a big 4 on the Platteville side, so quite a struggle so far on lane 18 for the Pioneers. And gets 2 out of that, so 59 through 5. Not what they want to see on the scoreboard, I'm sure. And they'll try and turn it around in the second half of this first game. Meanwhile, Bowling Green cruises to a 2:24 start. Off to the left, we've got Illinois State University getting ready to start their 4th match. And that's another open, so it's been a tough road so far on the Platteville side. 4 out of 6 opens. And if they don't turn it around quickly, they're going to be in a big hole. High hit and just could not bring that 9-pin down. Again, it's total pins over the 4 Baker games in each of these matches that matters the most. There are tiebreakers, but total pins typically decides it.
We're good. We're good. Oh. Sorry about that.
All right, so after 3 matches in the Overby pool, it is Whitewater cruising, leading by almost 300 pins. 3 wins, just like Wartburg University has. They're in second. In the Lawson pool, it's Purdue, leading by a little more than 100 over Cal State University Fresno. Both of those teams have 3 match wins. In the Berks pool, Ohio State University with 2,723 to lead the tournament as far as total pins are concerned. They also have 3 match wins, as does Muskingum, and they are in second place in their pool. And in the Sowards pool, Grand Canyon with a lead over Marion University of Wisconsin. Platteville in third, Bowling Green in 5th. So really both of these teams have some work to do. But again, this is all about the seeding for the double elimination bracket match play, which should begin about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Bowling Green starting out game 2 a lot like they finished game 1. Spare and a couple strikes. That one jumped up, but hit the Brooklyn side the right way, and we've got 3 in a row now. And there's a spare for Platteville. So 102 through 8 with a spare up in the 9th. They'll go at the 10th frame in hopes of mitigating the damage. Because as we saw, Bowling Green, a hot start, 224, and they're not slowing down. On the left, it'll be Illinois State University and Adrian College in ladies competition. Oh, it took till the 10th frame, but Platteville's on the board with a strike for the first time. They can still get to 152, and all things considered, not so bad, but they'll also be behind about 70, even if they do strike out in the 10th. And it's hits like those that have served Bowling Green well in this match. A little bit high. The fear is you leave a 9-pin, but tips it over. And they are rolling right now. Make it a double. $141 for Platteville, and they've got lots of catching up to do if they're going to match Bowling Green's level right now as they pile on another strike. Had to wonder if that one was going to carry, although it was very high. Did not get penalized too much for it, just leaving a 10-pin there. All right, on lane 16, we're getting our first look at Illinois State University. They're coming in with the club ranking of 12th, so just enough to get that automatic invite to this event. They were 3rd place in the Boilermaker Classic this season, 5th place in the McKendree Baker tournament, and 6th place in the Boilermaker Baker Shootout. They're a student-led club team, and hailing out of Normal, Illinois, which if you're familiar with the geography, you know it's kind of in that Quad Cities area, close to anyway. These two women's teams are competing in the Classic pool, and after a couple matches, they were in 5th and 6th, respectively. Trying to climb their way out, make their way up the leaderboard, and fight for better seeds in the match play. Adrian is out of the Michigan City with same name. Their best finish was 5th place at the AC Open. And after 3 matches on the women's side, the 2 teams in front of us remain in 5th and 6th. So Adrian in 5th in their pool, Illinois State in 6th. 233 for Bowling Green. And they are stomping out Platteville on this pair. Remember, after 2 games, they switch over to the other lanes, so they'll take a pause as Platteville finishes out their game on 18. Still have 6 frames to go for that to happen, but we'll see what happens. Can they continue that same success on the opposite lane? Can Platteville figure out a way to start striking on 18 and then 17? There's a double for the Pioneers. I've got to imagine at this point they'll be happy to make the move over to 17. Hey, it's a strike. It works. 10 down. Looks the same on the sheet. 3 in a row for the Pioneers. So they've got a little something going here and hoping to keep it up. Remember, our bracket match play scheduled to begin at approximately 4 this afternoon. We'll have the first couple rounds and then on to Championship Sunday, where we will crown both men's and women's national club champions. All right, a nice spare on the Illinois State side, 150-8 with that spare up in the 9th. Still a shot at 200, got to strike out to do it, but it's still out there. They'd be guaranteed a lead going into game 2 if they do. Did not quite get up to the pocket. Left her a 2-pin, but they will be in pretty good position to have the advantage going into the second game. Nice spare there for Illinois State, 189. She can strike on the fill ball. That one got a little more of the pocket and ended up shaking out the left side for 189. And it'll be a big lead of at least 43 pins going into game 2 for the Redbirds of Illinois State University. Off to the right, Platteville has had opens in the 8th and 9th and is trying to salvage a 174. Got to have all 3 for that. And trips a 4 to get the first one. even so, Bowling Green with 4:57 after 2. And it's going to be a big mountain to climb for the Pioneers. But they do switch lanes after this game, so you never know. Catch fire on a different lane. We'll have to see. The other thing is Bowling Green's been kind of waiting around for a little bit. They were about 5 or 6 frames ahead of Platteville when they finished their second game. Quick substitution, trying to find a look there, but it's 159 for Platteville, so they need to have a couple big games, get some help, and are hoping to come through strong in this 4th pool play match. Platteville came into this game with 2 match wins and in 3rd place in the pool. Bowling Green in 5th place in the pool coming into this, but it hasn't looked that way so far, as Bowling Green is just putting a stomping on them. Good start for Platteville with a strike in the second game here, or third game rather, of the 4th match. Couple opens for Illinois State, but they come back with a strike in the 4th. Bowling Green with a couple spares and a strike through 3. They've got a gigantic lead in this match. Plenty of cheers for Illinois State. Working on a spare in the 5th. And with a 44-pin lead coming into this game. There's a spare for Platteville. That's 77 through 4 with that spare in the 5th. And are equaled by Bowling Green in this game anyway. So the 4th of 5 sets or matches here at the Collegiate Club National Championships in Rockford, Illinois. Nice trip 4 for Bowling Green. 115 through 6 with that strike in the 7th, and haven't missed a spare yet this game. Meanwhile, a double on the Platteville side. but Platteville coming into this game in a 157 pin hole. Off to the left, a double for Adrian College. Illinois State can build on their lead with a spare here in the 10th. And it's 2 out of that, so 160 after a 189 in the first game. That's still going to be at least 11 more than Adrian. Make it 12. And great shot, but just went right by that 9 pin. So with an open in the 9th, Bowling Green will be in the 190s here, 196. But that'll still be at least a few better than Platteville just for this game. And it's looking more and more like they're going to take this match. It's hard. They started out strong and didn't really let up. Didn't really have the big strike ball go in that game, but still 9 more pins on that ginormous lead. As they go into their final game. Illinois State starting out with a quick double and then a 7 count. All right, so Platteville getting something going here. The front three in this fourth game. Illinois stayed up by about 50 after the first two games in this ladies match. Platteville now with 4 out of the first 5 strikes, but it's not really the strikes on the Platteville side that are the determining factor here. It's the fact that Bowling Green could probably shoot about 140 and still win without a problem. Get our first look at Ethan Krause here on the left. Or maybe not. Bad vantage point. He was the top individual competitor at the Stout Classic this year, or Stout Invite, I should say. With the Open in the 7th, they've got 153. Bowling Green with 90 through 6. And take an aim at that bucket. Missed all 4 of them. They followed that up with a strike, and it should just about do it, I think. And a third strike in a row for Bowling Green. So they started strong. Didn't quite have the same look on 18 that they did on 17, but in the end, not going to matter too much. They're going to win this one going away. On the ladies' side, 157 for Illinois State. As Adrian finishes out their third game. Bowling Green finishes out with 186 after hitting the last 5. And Platteville putting up a much better game this time, but unfortunately for them, couldn't have been sooner. They'll be in the 190 with count. Hey, be careful. That's where the camera is. Thanks. All right, 194 for Platteville, and everybody will be moving on. They go. Open and shut case for Bowling Green. They will take their first match win into fifth and final match here. I think my life gets about a month shorter every time somebody walks past them. It's obvious. I know. Before I put this up, they were like walking through there. Crazy. Can't fix it. Yep. All right. We've got UW Whitewater setting up shop on our right-hand pair, 17 and 18. And we'll see who will join them shortly. Illinois State piling it on in their final game. Adrian's a game behind, so they'll be here for a little bit with us. And if seeing is believing, it looks like we're going to have a really nice matchup with the top two teams in the Overby pool after 3 matches, and that would be Whitewater and Wartburg College of Iowa. And it'll be interesting to see what happens, not only because of these two teams' past success here and other places, but also because of the bigger scores that we saw in 17 versus 18.
Stand behind you so I can watch. I can't find anywhere else to stand.
Yeah. We could talk about it at the same time.
Give a play-by-play.
Yeah.
Well, they won all their points so far. So.
Okay. So they have 4. Do you know if Wartburg won their 4?
Yeah, we won our 4.
Do you know if they did, Wartburg?
Oh, that I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't really been watching anybody else.
Okay. Oh, you are. All right, so my eyes did not deceive me. It'll be Whitewater and Wartburg to start things off in the 5th and final set in pool play in the Overby pool. Illinois State finishing things up, and Adrian's got a nice game going here. Certainly trying to make a run. As they convert another spare. They've got 76 through 4 with a spare up in the 5th. Well, if you want star power in the club bowling scene, you've got it with this matchup. Brandon Mooney, who is one of the organizers for Collegiate Club Bowling, is the head coach, succeeding Sean Walkner, who famously won the national championship over Wichita State in his final season at the helm of Whitewater. Been there 3 years now. And although they have yet to match the success of that magical season, it's a pretty tall bar. Exactly. You just scan it.
I'll bring it right back.
So you go up and down the lineup with Luke Winter, Carter Westcott, Dawson Peterson, and the senior Garrett Meadows. And you know you've got a top-rate opponent in the Warhawks. On the Wartburg side, they are well known certainly for the players, but also for their coaches, Alexis and Brandon Runk, both of whom compete on the PWBA and PBA tours, respectively. Four first-place finishes early on in this season. And kind of a slow start for both. Open in the second for the Warhawks. And a split and an open for Wartburg. But, you know, just moving to a new pair, you got to do a little guessing. A 170 finish for the Illinois State ladies. As Dawson Peterson destroys the rack on 17.
One of the parents says she slammed on all of their matches. There's our lineup.
Okay. So Whitewater's going with Nate Vanderbeek, Luke Winter, Dawson Peterson, Hunter P. Don't make me pronounce it. And Garrett Meadows, who was part of that national championship winning team under Wagner, and now Brandon Mooney. And there's another open for Wartburg. So it's certainly not going to be a strike fest, at least not right out of the gate, but get a few shots in, get a little more information, and ooh, that can't hurt. Nice conversion on the 6-8. Pommy, maybe? No, Hunter. Pommy? He's looking at me, so I must be close. Yeah. Meadows has just a great physical game, just lays that ball right down at the line and gets plenty of it. No problem on the 5-pin. Wartburg has 56 through 4 with a spare up in the 5th. So both of these teams have 4 match wins. Whitewater with the advantage, about 240 some odd pins ahead of Wartburg. And that's in the Overby pool. In the Lawson pool, it's Purdue University with 4 match wins as well. Cal State University Fresno also has 4. Purdue with a slight edge in total pins. In the Berks pool, it's Muskingum. Also a perfect 4-0. Not quite as many pins as Ohio State and William Patterson, but although total pins is what matters match to match, the match wins are what's important here. A little bit high for Vanderbeek there in a 4-pin. Coach Mooney, an organizer of this event, also competed at the USBC Masters in the Detroit, Michigan area in the days preceding this tournament. He did the Masters last season, too. That double from Wartburg looking pretty big right about now. Strikes have been hard to come by in this opening game. Hold it past the 10-pin, and they've got 133 through 8. Dawson Peterson, another solid strike. He's struck on both trips to the approach here. Talented freshman from Stewartville, Minnesota. If you follow the channel, you may have seen a year ago at the Rochester Match Games in Rochester, Minnesota, where Coach Mooney welcomed Dawson to the Whitewater family. They had his letter of intent signing ceremony. So 133 through 8 for Wartburg, a spare up in the 9th, and a chance at about 180 if they can strike out. Whitewater needs to strike here in the 10th to put some pressure on. But again, it's total pins through 4 games of Baker-style competition here. So it's really just about the lead and not anything more or less than that after a game or two. Up a little high, couldn't wiggle out that 4-pin. But if both sides go spare strike, it'll be Wartburg with a slight 3-pin advantage. And he knew that was gone off his hand. So 158 to start for Whitewater. I can't imagine the conditions are all that easy, certainly not now and even from the start, but they know that they want to be better than that. And Wartburg is going to potentially jump up by about 14, 15 pins here. All right. Strong finish, 172 for Wartburg. And they'll have a 14-pin advantage going into their second game, which Vanderbeek has started out with a 6-2. So the Whitewater dominance is certainly apparent right now. Of course, coming off a national championship, you can't help but have that reputation. It's certainly nothing new, though, although maybe not on quite as grand a scale in years gone by as it has been now. I can remember coming into a previous iteration of the Great Lakes Conference, which in the 90s was called the Wisconsin Collegiate Bowling Conference. And Whitewater had run off something like 7, 8, 9 straight conference championships. In 1999, when players competed at the ACUI National Championships rather than the Collegiate Club event here, they cut that tournament, which was in Omaha, Nebraska, down to 4 teams for the finals. And those 4 teams were UW Parkside, UW Milwaukee, UW Whitewater, and a team that I believe is from Kentucky, perhaps Morehead State. I was on that Milwaukee team, and Whitewater took care of business in the finals of that one. They used to do this cheer before their matches where they'd all like gather up and do the what time is it game time kind of thing like the Chicago Bulls used to do. It was kind of fun in that moment because all 3 teams got together and did that same cheer going into the Final Four. However, not so fun when we started missing spares and blowing our chance at a championship. Another good shot from Dawson. Couldn't quite snap the 10 out of that one. And he'll go after that spare. Meanwhile, Wartburg, after a split in the first, has rattled off 3 straight strikes. Make it 4.
Forever, more big guys and Riley. I strong, I strong, I strong.
They definitely let you know when they're doing something good. There's no denying that. On the ladies' side, you've got Alma College. I'm not sure if it's Alma or Alma. We have a city by us that's called Alma, and it's spelled the same way, but we also have an Alma Center. So I'm hoping they're interchangeable. And they're doing battle with Coe College of Iowa, 16 here. If you've been watching from the beginning, you know that Coach Dodge was just named Coach of the Year in the club setting. And if you weren't watching from the beginning, now you know. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Whitewater can't wait to switch lanes. Which is interesting because in the last match it was 17, where both Bowling Green and Platteville found some measure of success, and 18 was more of a struggle. So it could be opposite here. We'll see. And see, as soon as you say something, they start stringing them. It's kind of magical. But they're the top program in Wisconsin for a reason. At least they have been for the past however many years. I'm sure Marion would have something to say about that. But for now, it's starting to look like they may claw their way back into this match. Now keep in mind, Wartburg can still shoot 211. So even if they do lose, it's not going to be by much. And again, total pins is the only thing that matters. That's what determines the match winner. So still have 2 more games. Didn't seem quite as happy with that one as he was on the past shots and kind of left a weak 10. But they'll have 209 with a spare here, which is quite a bit better than their last effort. So 209 for Whitewater, and open in the 9th. Wartburg is going to likely be behind a little. All right, 189 for Wartburg, and they'll switch lanes. It's Whitewater by just 6 pins going into the 3rd game here. And like we saw in the previous match, always interesting to see what happens when the teams switch lanes. Again, taking a guess out of the gate. None of them have bowled on 18 yet, so we'll see. And that one went dead left. Same for Wartburg. They haven't seen 17 yet, so everybody's going to take a guess and see what happens. And that is just the opposite problem, and didn't quite get up. On the ladies' side, Co is having a nice game in the first one of their 4th match. Catching a little momentum here. A quick double in the 9th and the first one in the 10th. one stayed right as well. So you kind of wonder what the conversation is really on both sides as they're kind of struggling to find a look. Tough game for Alma on the left with a 122. Cole will take a pretty big lead after just one game. So 211, that'll give them a lead of about 89 pins. It's certainly not insurmountable, especially early on when you've got 3 games to go, but they also have another game on that lane. So you got to figure rinse, repeat, and got a pretty decent chance. Nice shot by Meadows, but the 6 goes right around the 10. We always say that spares mean a lot, but when the strikes aren't there, you really got to have them. Great shot by Dawson, and let's see if they can get something going here. On the Wartburg side, just one spare to show for the first 3 frames, and a 4-6-10. 4-6-7 rather. That is also going to count for an open. So a slow start. Talking with Coach Runk as Whitewater hits a double. A nice break on the Brooklyn hit there. Alma, however you pronounce it, they've got 3 in a row. And there's 3 in a row for the Warhawks. A little bit light, but just the 7 remains. sit here and think about it, and Wartburg really needs to get going here because this thing could slip away. Lane 17 has not been kind, at least in this match, and there's an open on the Whitewater side, so I may have spoken too soon, but the spares are the difference sometimes, most times anyway, and both sides needs them now. Again, that ball just seemed kind of lazy on the back end, didn't quite make the turn to get it back to the pocket. Another 9 count for Wartburg. And the 10 pin. There's a spare in the Whitewater 9. Wartburg seems like they're kind of slow playing it right now and trying to come up with a strategy that's going to get them back in this. They're only down a few. Just 6 pins coming into this game. There's a good way to start. Another great shot by Dawson Peterson. He's had plenty of them so far.
If the house doesn't allow for lefty, then JD's usually in, and then so yeah, it's always a toss-up.
Wow. Sometimes that magic is just straight carry, and sometimes that's the kind of magic that gets it done for him. But whatever the case, so Wartburg cannot. How do I even want to phrase this? It's not beat Whitewater for this game because, again, it's all total pins, so they're not going to get ahead of them in this particular game, but it's going to be awfully close if they can continue striking, as Peterson goes right off the sheet for 204. So a spare in the Wartburg 10th. The best they're going to do here is 179. And they're going to be behind going into the final game. And Warhawks start out with an open. On the ladies' side, it's Alma putting down the gas in game 2. They still have a shot at 211 up there. And Co is definitely struggling with a couple splits and an open in the first. 175 for Wartburg. So it's 35 pins in favor of Whitewater going into this last game. Remember, both of these teams have been a perfect 4-0 in these pool play matches, which I haven't advanced my graphic here. It's actually match 5. Hopefully it'll do it eventually. Okay. Well, trust me when I say that it is match 5. After the pool play, they will re-oil. And then we go into double elimination bracket match play. But the seeding is important because there are possibilities for a bye for the top seeds. So a nice 208 finish for Alma to Coe's 158. And Coe maintains the lead, but they certainly lost a few sticks on that one. Coe is up by 39 going into the next game as the teams switch lanes. So both teams trying to slog through this last game. And wow. There's a nice pickup. That's another X on for the Warhawks. Kind of scattered them out a little bit, but so has Wartburg. Whitewaters can still shoot 228 if they hit the last 5. Wartburg is in about the same vicinity as far as the score, but they need some strikes. Wow. You got that one. That's a costly open there in the 6th for Wartburg. 96 through that 6th frame. Whitewater working on a double. And here's Garrett Meadows. Oh, he puts it through the face for a 6-7-10. Guys are certainly fighting for every pin right now. So 163 through 9 for the Warhawks. They're hanging on, though, because they've got that lead of about 35 tins. And that is certainly looming large now as the strikes are getting even tougher to come by. That is, unless you're Dawson Peterson. He's really throwing the ball great on this pair. Gets another one. And that's going to do it. Whitewater's going to survive this match and move on to 5-0 in our pool play. And that'll certainly be enough to lead their pool, the Overby pool. Dawson just had the look that game, or that match rather, on both lanes, and certainly made a difference. Got those timely strikes, and for much of it, they kept it clean too. A couple splits in there made it a challenge for them, but Whitewater moves to 5-0. And that's it. So 764 for Whitewater for the 4 games. And it was a grind for sure, but they got the job done, as they usually do. Shot spares well and strike when they had the chance, and that's what it took. A 180 for Wartburg in their final game. So 764 to 716. And that's how it will end in the Overby pool. Okay. You bet. So another game that's been more of a struggle for Co College, as they have 85-7 with a spare up in the 8th. Alma Missed that one. 141-9.
Can I grab you for a second?
Oh, no, you're not. Come on, you've done this before. Have a seat. Yeah. Happy to welcome Dawson Peterson, who's trying to turn away from the microphone. Okay, let's look at hair. Okay. Hair's bad, but the bowling was good. Isn't that what matters?
Yeah, we bowled okay. We won all of our matches.
Yeah. What'd you see out there? I mean, especially on that pair, when the game before it was like reversed, where the teams had success on 18 and not 17.
Yeah,
I think it was the other way around for you guys.
Yeah, we had them kind of just blow up in the middle of like the first game on the left wing.
Okay.
And then we saw their ball start to hook early, so we just kind of committed to going left.
Yeah.
It seemed to work okay.
Okay. All right. You comfortable in?
Huh?
You comfortable in?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? All right.
I think I'm good at.
What have you seen, I guess, in the bigger picture in this tournament? I mean, we didn't have a lane graph, so you kind of had to feel it out, right?
Yeah. We bowled a couple tournaments here, and they pretty similar patterns what we bowled on. So we kind of just had the same game plan, like try your thing right away and then go and left.
Yeah. I kind of said at the beginning of that match, it's like when you're talking about club bowling, it doesn't really get better than you two, right? Maybe Whitewater and Wartburg. I mean, you throw Marion in the mix and maybe Muskingum, and Purdue. Yeah. Is that a match you come into and kind of think, wow, we got to kind of make a statement here?
Yeah, well, we had to make sure we won that game, so we made sure we got the bye. But...
Yeah. All right. So they love you.
I know they do.
How do you spend the little mini break here?
Go to the hotel and take a nap.
There you go. Good deal. We'll go do that. I won't hold you any longer. Dawson Peterson hitting lots of big shots in that match and leading Whitewater to a victory. And we will see them in the match play. Of course, they have that bye from going a perfect 5-0. And that's how the story is on the men's side. Now, on the ladies' side, it's a 128 for Cole. I did not catch what Alma had that game, but I can find out. Try and move some cameras around too so we can get a better vantage point here. All right. Way to go.
It should be 4 o'clock.
So 158 for Alma last game. And so all of a sudden, this one got pretty tight. Coe is up by 9 pins going into this final match, or this final game of the match, I should say. Now that the focus is on the ladies here, I can tell you a little bit more about both teams. Alma, one of those schools from Michigan who has always seems to be a contender in these recent years. They finished second in the Warrior Classic this season. If you were here at the beginning, you heard the mentions of Kyle Woodcock, the head coach, 11 years at that university, or college rather. Jeff King assisting him. Big spare for Coe in the fifth. They've kept it clean so far, 86 through 4, and that's spare up. In terms of the women's pool, Coe is on top after 4. And there's a spare. So Co with a slight lead as we move on to their sixth frame. That one's up high, but only leaves the 2-4-7. The Cohawks, based in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, came in first in club rankings into this event. Took a couple of third place finishes in some big events, the Midwest Collegiate and the Collegiate Shootout, as well as a fourth in the Glenn Carlson. They won 4 Tier 2 tournaments. And as I said earlier, Randy Dodge, Club Coach of the Year at the helm. Big strike on the Co side in the 7th. Again, just 9 pins separating these two teams, with Co just slightly ahead of Alma. Up high and left a split there, so his ability to mark becomes a lot more important frame by frame here. That one certainly wasn't a gimme, and she took it down. So 130 through 8 for Alma. Meanwhile, Co at 132 in the 7th with a spare up can really turn the screws with a strike here. Wow. Well, got a good break there and got 9 out of that. Could have had that 2-5-8 or worse. All right, 151 through 8 for Co. That spare up in the 9th, and with that open by Alma, I think that's gonna seal it up. Co is going to win their 5th of 5 matches. And it certainly wasn't open and shut, but sometimes you got to grind them out, right? And in the Costello pool, they will reign supreme for the pool play portion of this tournament. So 177, 148. So 674 to 636 is the margin of victory for Co. Alma will go to 2 and 3, and we'll see where the seeding leaves everyone.
Kelsey says stay here.
As looking left and right, it looks like everybody is just about finished with their pool play. Again, they're going to re-oil before the first couple rounds of the double elimination bracket match play.
Before or after? Yeah, let me drop this off. I'll have it. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. So we'll have a word with Coach Randy Dodge as the heart of the matter is that Co undefeated in that pool play in the Costello pool. We'll wait to see what Muskingum and Wartburg did in the last game in the Colossac pool. And we'll wait on seeding and hopefully bring that to you. That's exciting stuff. You think you got it licked for a while and change lanes, and sometimes that just doesn't work out the way you think it should. As we're joined by Coach Randy Dodge. Congratulations on a great match there with, is it Alma or Alma? Alma.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, good deal. I was saying on the stream, we've got an Alma back home, but we also have an Alma Center.
Yeah, I believe it's Alma.
Okay, fair enough. Tell us about what happened out there.
Yeah, I was up and down, kind of a lure, but we had some good looks early, and then it seemed like it really quickly changed on us.
could have been a little bit of just us overcompensating on it, trying to slow down a little bit, and then all of a sudden start hooking on us. And so we tried moving left. We just didn't get fast enough moving left, and kind of caught it a little bit better towards the end there, but that's been a little bit of an issue for us. It's just the early and the finish. In the middle, we've been doing really quite well, but learning to start and learning to finish has been a little bit of a heel once in a while for us.
It looked like you were off to a really strong start, and then things got a little iffy.
Yep. I think we got caught by having a few breaks in that first part of that match.
Sure.
And so we ended up not moving when we should have moved left by moving over to the pair. And we caught a few breaks early and just didn't do it. And then we found out, we should have moved. And then we just couldn't move fast enough.
Yeah. How important is this event to you guys as really a dominant club program when you look at the bigger picture?
That's very important to us. I mean, that's one of the things that we put on the calendar and circle it, that we want to do well. I think it's good for the program, it's good for the kids. It's a non-scholarship school, and we compete very well with everybody in the SBC, but, also being able to go against schools of our same size, abilities, and that kind of thing for the most part, it does make it kind of important to us. I mean, we feel like we really compete and belong here, and we can do well. So
yeah. You got a nice captive audience here with your team members, and I'm sure they want to know, how does it feel to be Coach of the Year?
Oh, that's nice. I mean, the girls really are the one that kind of gets it done. I mean, honestly, how they perform during the year, we kind of guide them and try to do the best we can with it. But really, it comes down to the girls that make me look good, honestly. So, we try hard.
Well, they've certainly done a good job of that through the pool play, undefeated, 5-0, which is great. So congratulations. What do you do from here?
So now we're going to go back and talk, figure out how we need to start, get the surfaces right, so we can get to a better starting point. Try not to lose that first round match. That's kind of been our deal, where we've had to go through the losers bracket the last few years. So we really like to try to get off to a better start this year and make it a little bit easier for us.
Okay, great. Well, hey, great job with all of you. I'm looking at the team over here, even though you can't see them. But, a great performance in the pool play, and we will see them in the match play, hopefully. I don't know who's going to end up on the live stream pair. I never do, but you never know.
We'll see how it goes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the time. Coach Randy Dodge.
That's my coach.
With some nice applause as they, along with the other teams, head into the break here. The re-oil is starting. As the schedule says, they're looking at about 4 o'clock to start. We'll see if that time is right or if it's going to be a little bit different. But remember, there is a second video with today's date on it that will have that live stream of those first 2 rounds of the double elimination bracket match play. And that's where you can find it as soon as we get started here again. Thanks again for watching live and on replay from Rockford, Illinois. This is Bowling with the Pfeff. We'll see you in a little bit.
Thank you for watching Bowling with the Pfeff. Pound the like button and subscribe button. It's the easiest way to support the channel, and it's free. Bowling with the Pfeff is brought to you by Chip Magnet. Raise your snack standards.
Jerry's Score More Bowling Supply inside Wagner's Lane. So Eau Claire, Wisconsin area's leader in bowling products and services since 1988. And Visionary Video Hub. Video with impact.
Email bowlingwiththepfeff@yahoo.com with questions or to appear on the show. You can also reach out on your favorite social media platform.